Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in the Unreal Engine 5.5.4. Welcome to the stream guys. So this is my solo university project. It's called C.E.S.A.R, Celestial Engineers Search and Rescue. You search the space station for alien creatures that are hiding from the robots, and return them to the center of the map. So it's coming along really well, where I'd say, I don't know, 80% complete, because all that's remaining is to program the logic for the robots. So the robots, they currently have the patrol, which works really nicely. They've already got the chase player. What we need to do is add on the attack. So when they reach the player, they will attack. That's the logic for those. Then there is the option for them to sight a creature, where they kind of will follow the same logic as the player, but once the once the robot's got a creature, it will take it to a container, and then the creature gets destroyed. And then there was an option to investigate noise. Now, I've not done that before, and I know there is a sense for hearing. So we are, because last night, if I show you one of the creatures, we have programmed all the logic for when they are captured. Okay, so when they're captured, this happens. And if we go into the code, we're checking when the robot overlaps with the creature, and when it does, we do the imprison, which, if we open up the controller, what the imprison does is it sets the enemy actor, and then it sets the captured logic, which then means it will carry out this. We hide the radar, we play the captured, and then we rotate to face the enemy, match the movement speed, and la-di-da. So that's basically the logic. So I've wrote down the steps. What I want to do, because I programmed this last night, I feel it makes sense to do the logic for the robot first. Welcome to the stream. So basically, if we bring up the robot's logic, yeah, we've basically got that. So chase the player and then patrol. So what we're going to have to do, I've wrote down the steps I need. So the creature needs, the robot needs to sense the creature, and it needs to prioritize the creature over the player. So if it spots both of them, it needs to pick the creature. It needs to then chase the creature, capture it, find a nearby container, move to that container, destroy the creature, and then after that, we need to update the variables. So what I'm thinking is, if we first off create a key. Now I'm going to jot down the steps. Should I jot down the steps of this? No, actually I'm just going to do it. So we're going to have a ball, and this ball will allow us to focus down the branch for if it's captured a creature, because we don't want it going off and affecting the other logic. So if we have one called has creature, so we'll create that key. So has a creature. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the controller. So enemy character, enemy controller, and the blueprint. Sorry, the behaviour tree. So there's nothing in there. In the enemy controller. Okay, so first we need to sense the creature. So let's have a look at this logic. Okay, it's going to be tricky. Let me just drink my coffee while I analyse this. So, if we spot the creature, if we spot the player, we set line of sight and the enemy actor. Okay, so that's what's controlling. Once the line of sight is set, it goes down that branch. But what we need to happen is if the player and the creature are both sensed, we need to prioritize. Let me just think here, guys. Okay, so I think if we had a key called creature actor, and the base class is actor. Okay, right, let's think. How can we... It's like... Think. So that and condition is that a player has been sensed. If that's true, set the line of sight as done. And then move towards them. But what we need to do is like... I'm not sure if it would work. I know what's going through my head. I'm thinking, okay, if we had... if we just had another and with actor has tag creature, and then we have an and going into an or. So if a player and a creature has been sensed, then okay. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to print screen this code. I'm just going to print screen it in case something gets fucked up. Not that it should. So if I just copy... If I copy that, oh, I can't do that. I don't know why I bothered doing that. I think I know how to handle this. Creature. Right, so basically so that that code there, what that's doing is it's saying in the event that if we actually move this back, that might help. So this covers the case so what this is doing, this covers the instance when we've basically sensed the creature and the player. So if that condition is true, It's like you need 3 branches, so you're basically covering all potentials. You're saying, okay, if we've just sensed the player, do this branch here, set the player. But then in the instance where we have sensed player and creature, so creature and player, then we need to go down the branch that prioritizes the creature. I think what might be good is if I... So we're going to get the logic correct, which will prioritize the logic, the branch for who the AI should prioritize. Now, it's going to be quite exciting to see this happen because I did all the logic last night for the creatures, so hopefully if this is implemented correctly, then we should see a robot take a creature away. So this should be the very first option here. So if that happens, I'm going to do a separate branch. Ooh. Jesus, I can't get my pins, guys. I'm going to move this bad boy just up there, get him well out of the way. Right, so if both creature and player are sensed, then we want to go down I love this music so much, guys. Let's look at this part of the logic. So if that's true, then we want to do this, but it will be for the creature. So going to the behaviour tree, the blackboards has creature and creature actor. We're going to want to set the boolean, and we're going to want to set creature actor. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to get the blackboard, and we're going to set a value as the ball, and the target is the blackboard, and we're going to say true. And then you'll notice on the key that's promoted to variable, the variable name and the default value are the same. So we want to go into our behavior tree, select the boolean key we've made, which is has creature. We're going to copy that. Now I could type that in myself, but I prefer copying and pasting so there is no room for doubt or error. So we're going to promote to variable. And then we're going to paste that there, compile, select it again and put in the default value, compile again, and there we go, has creature. That doesn't need to be, if I select this, it doesn't need to be instance editable. Alright, so we've done that. I'll move that there. So we're saying that the robot has a creature, true. No. No, sorry, we wouldn't do that. No. We don't do that until the robot has got the creature. Apologies, guys. I'm being a bit of a numpty. No. That doesn't happen yet. He will only have the creature. We're doing the sensing. Sorry. I was jumping ahead there. Right. So if we cite the creature, I'll tell you what, I'm going to add another key. So this will basically, the cited creature will mean it will be the gateway. So if we've cited the creature, we go down that branch of logic. So the condition is has line of sight and cited creature. So cited creature. I can't move that up. Okay. So let's go back here. So we're saying we have line of sight. And then we're going to want to copy that again. And that goes into there. And then we're going to copy that ball, promote that. Okay, so we're saying in the event that we have sensed both creature and player, then we do this. Now I'm putting that there as a reminder, so this should be the very first part of logic. And then off of the false, it would then do the standard check. Right, so invalidate the timer. Clear and invalidate the timer. Set has line of sight, yes. And then we set this as well, because as I say, guys, on the branch at the moment, on the logic for the behaviour tree, the condition for it following the player is has line of sight is set. So by adding this additional ball of sighted creature, that means we won't be going down this branch. So it keeps the existing logic. It's just a little gateway to control the flow. So has line of sight, true. Set the sighted creature. So has line of sight, sighted creature. Set that to true. And then what we want to do is set the creature actor. So we're going to copy this one. Put that in there. That goes into there. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. Ooh. Shit, what are we gonna do there? Ooh. So if we've sighted creature and player, we need to basically pick out the creature. Oh, that's an interesting puzzle, isn't it? Well, let's first off just promote this quickly, so we got this bit done. So this is going to be creature actor. Okay, how are we gonna... God damn. Oh, this is... Okay, this is tricky. How are we going to distinguish? In the case that it senses both, we only want to pick out oh, that's tricky. Um, hmm. Is there any way that we can do it off of this? I'm just concerned. Perception. Get actor's perception. Retrieves whatever has been sensed. Get actor's perception. What an arseache this is. Returns true. Oh my god. Get currently perceived actors. You just want to say, set the target as the creature. If it's the creature, um, oh my god, this is complicated. Surely, if I made that an array, Oh my god. There should only ever I mean, there's the potential that it could sense the robot, but right, let's think about this. We're getting currently perceived actors, and we're gonna say, if I just bring up Gelatino, so I can have a look at his. I know there's only ever going to be one creature. So we'll go through the array and we're going to say if that has the tag creature, so in the instance where both creature and player are sensed, we should then do this. So I know that there is only ever going to be the player, 4 robots, and 1 creature. There isn't going to be more than 1 creature at any point. So we're basically just going through the array, picking out the creature. So if the actor has the tag creature, then we're setting the creature target there. And then we do that. I think that's going to work. So I'm moving. This is going to be a bit of a big thing here. There is also the other robot we've got, guys, which is basically going to follow the exact same logic. I don't think I've actually made it yet. Right, so if I just need to, this is quite complicated, guys. I feel it's complicated. I just need to make sure I've got this logic correct. So the first part of the logic is we're covering the case. So we're saying, okay, has a creature and a player been sensed? If they have, I'm going to move that all the way over there. Right. So if creature and player has been sensed, if that's true, we then need to do once. For each loop, we're basically sifting through the array to locate the creature. And then once that's completed, you would do this. Okay. That was my phone. Just gotta pump some units, guys. Gotta pump it up. Pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. The joys of being a type 1 diabetic. The joys. Okay. Right, let's go back to this logic then. So when we've sensed creature and player, we're doing a do once. And we're going through the array, picking out the creature, setting it. Once that has been completed, we then do this logic here. So we basically need to put these two down here. Oh my god! Oh my god. We also need to reset do once. I'm going to copy that. And all that's going to do is reset that. So reset do once, boom. And then do once, reset it. And then over here, reset do once. So the very end of the logic. I believe okay, so essentially we have currently mimicked this. So we now need to drag off of the false to go down to here, this event. Because what that will do is do this. So we should, where we've got line of sight and enemy actor, see line of sight, what we would do is just plug in these parts, so creature actor and sighted creature. So yeah, so we're saying the creature actor is going to be nothing, basically. Has line of sight. Has line of sight. Sighted creature. So that's false, false, null. So false, false, null. Oh, tell a lie. Oh my god. Hold on a minute. Oh, this is going to get even more complicated. I need to bring up the screenshot I did. Right. Oh my god, I've gone for something quite complicated here. I don't know how complicated this is. Oh my god. Right, I'm just looking at the other logic on my screen. So the only time the timer's getting reset is basically if the player hasn't been detected. Bloody hell. Okay, so going through my logic, you guys can't see my second monitor, right? The original logic, before I started adding on all this extra bit, what the original logic does is it basically checks, has something been sensed successfully, and do they have the tag of the player? If they do, then we're setting has line of sight and saying the player is the enemy actor. If that's false, so basically the player hasn't been sensed, we then go down to the other branch. So I think what I could do is where we have that logic at the beginning in the orange, with the comment, the orange comment box, if I just had something coming off of the false to say if enemy actor has, if actor has tag player, or actor has tag creature, so that would be the false. Jesus Christ. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to think the best way to arrange this logic. I know this is going to work. I have confidence in myself. I'm just... Oh my god. Come on Mike, you got this mate. You got this. Let's just compile save. We just save it all. Right, so we got that. Have I overcomplicated this? God's sake. First bit of logic. Check that. That should be the priority. if this happens, I mean, a way we could do this is having an array. Sorry guys, I know I'm taking my time with this, but this is complicated because I'm handling the case where the robot might sense both player and creature, so I'm just trying to make sure that the logic has no flaws. And then we can actually test this and see if we get any errors. So there's so much to this. Right, look at my original screenshot. If the actor has the tag player and they're sensed, we set the balls. If the actor doesn't have the tag, I feel that will work. So we basically need to say, right, I'm just thinking this through my head. That logic at the moment, we need to plug in the false. Right, there's 3 stages to this. The first if is checking the condition that player and a creature have been sensed. If that's happened, then we basically filter through the array of sensed actors and pick out the creature and set that as the target. If that is false and neither the condition creature and player have been sensed, we should then come off of that and do a false and do another if to check if the creature and sensed is true. Because essentially on the original screenshot I took of the code before we added this in, all the false branch is doing is basically resetting the timer in the condition that nothing's basically sensed. So I believe if I was to move this... Wait, why have I got a branch there? So if that condition so then what we're doing here is this is the condition that just a creature has been sensed. So what we're doing is we're prioritizing. So we're setting the hierarchy here, and we're saying if this happens, if that's true, it will only ever go down the true branch and do that logic. If that case condition isn't met, then we do the second check where we say, okay, have you only sensed the creature? No, that would work, actually. No, that would work. I was just worried then that if I just went and grabbed the actor reference and it had the creature and the player. This is so bloody complicated. Oh, right, so we would do this, I think. Okay. Clear and invalidate timer. Set the ball of has line of sight. Set sighted creature to true, and then oh no, in that case we would grab straight from here. because we don't need, the only time the creature target is being set is in the condition that we have player and creature. So we don't need to get that, because in the condition that this wasn't met, it would totally bypass that and go down to here. So in that case, we get the actor from there. And then the third and last case is the original logic. I have a feeling this is going to work first time. Oh, I didn't plug in the stimulus. I do apologise. I do apologise. Right, so the third case is this one. So what I can do is move this across here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, from that false, we'll go to that. So false to that, yeah. And if I just copy that. Ooh. What happened there? Actor has tag. Right, so this logic here, if I just check my original, so player and that's met, if true, do that, line of sight, enemy actor being the player. Is that plugged in? Guys, I think I'm pretty sure that's all good to go. I'm pretty sure that's all good to go. I'm nervous. I'm nervous to test this. I'm really fucking nervous. Oh, God. I'm nervous. I'm really, really nervous for some reason. You know when you spend so long on something and then you test it and you just pray that it works? That's what's happening here. Right. Let's sort all this out. Okay. Right, so I would say sends creature prioritize over player. I would say we can give that an asterisk to say it's been done. Or pending playtest, obviously. Right, so if we look at the logic here, we need to have a sequence called chase creature. And the condition for it to chase a creature is has line of sight and sighted creature. Sighted creature. Now I'm just thinking in my head, at the moment with this logic, if the robot has sighted the creature up here, and then here, and then maybe the next time it senses the player, if it senses the player and goes straight into that, technically that Boolean key is still set for the creature. So I think what I would need to do as a safety measure is to just set just plug this in here. I'm just anxious. Ugh. And we're doing that before we set the line of sight. Because I have a feeling if we just triggered that, yeah, I think that's going to work. Okay. Um, okay. So we want to have the same animation. Creature actor, which is being set here. Right, so we're gonna basically copy this. Actually, no, let's just make a new one. Very simple. Okay. BTT. Select that. And this is going to be BTT. Robot A. Chase creature. 500. Ugh. So then what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to give a socket to the robot with a collision box. So when he performs an action, an animation, that swooping motion will hit the creature's collision box and get it to follow the robot. So So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it has line of sight. So this will chase creature, move to creature actor. So chase, capture. So we haven't got the capture logic yet. Has creature is the boolean. Alright, so we need to have a second sequence coming off of here where he basically attacks. He'll do his swooping motion. And then, yeah, if it's captured, right, what we can do, we should be able to test this in its current state. We should be able to test if the robot will, if we observe, if we get a creature lose aggro and then just watch and see if it will focus the creature and basically chase it, and then we'll test it where it's me and the creature and see what will happen. I'm nervous. Very nervous. And then the remaining logic to do for the robot and the creature is to basically capture the creature. So after we've moved to the creature's location, we're going to try and capture it. So he'll perform an attack. When he, directly after that, he will attack. And then if we had something in the code for the robot's collision box to say, if collision box hits so-and-so, trigger event in controller, that will set the boolean. And then that will in turn update the behavior tree logic to follow the captured logic. So I'm quite nervous. What we're expecting to happen then, going by the logic here, we are expecting the robot to pursue a creature if it spots the creature. If it doesn't spot the creature, we'll see. We can only play test and pray. So, if I come in here... Shit. Oh! I need to lose the creature. Right, I've lost the creature. Hold on. Oh! He's got the creature! He's got the creature! Why can't you come to me, mate? Why are you stuck? Okay. So we know he just went for the creature. What I noticed, there's no errors, guys, as well. That was Gekanda. If we just go in here. Okay. So you notice what happened? Did you see the creature kept going up and up and up? It kept creeping up 50 units. Now the reason that's happening is because it kept overlapping. So what we're going to do is we're going to plug in something after here to say to basically say we'll basically turn off the... No, because if we... If we turn off... We want to set the collision to ignore. No. If it ignored, that should mean it wouldn't. It wouldn't. It would ignore the overlap. Ooh. Oh. Hmm. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. So, by plugging that in there, what's going to happen Oh no, we can't do that. Or else it won't trigger the port. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna get rid of that. So basically, what we're doing here is we're saying we're basically saying right, so we're putting in a gateway here to stop the creature from going up and up and up. That's what was happening. So the first time this happens, because transform set is false, it's going to do that. So basically, we're putting in a block here to stop the creature from going up. So transform set, if that's false, we do that. And then afterwards we say transform is set, which means if it overlaps again, nothing's going to happen. So I'm just going to replicate this for the other creatures. In prison, if that's false, let me do that. Why have I opened up all of Bear Coon stuff? Why have I got all of that open? So we've done Bear Coon. We've done Gekanda. Bear Coon, Gekanda. Do Gelatina. So if the branch is false, do the transform and then set transform set. Okay, I think that's all good to test. Right. Let's give it a test. Hey, he's gone for the creature! Oh, why is that jabbing out? There we go. I fixed the creatures moving around. Oh, dude! Look, he's got the creature, guys! Oh, that looks so fucking cool! I love it. Right. What I noticed on the behaviour tree... Well, basically... the creature, when it is captured, it moves to the enemy, but if you noticed, it was really close, so the sphere was overlapping. So let's just do that again. There we go. So if I run out of sight, why is he getting blocked? Why are you getting blocked, dude? What's blocking you? What's blocking you, mate? What are you getting blocked by there? You should be able to pass through the creature. Why are you blocked? Oh, fuck me. I think that's because I haven't done the logic yet. The robot moves to the player's location. Fuck me. The robot moves to the creature's location. So... just need to listen. What are you getting blocked by now, dude? Yeah. So he's gone for the creature. So he's not actually bugged. But what I want to do, I want to test. So if I stay there, I want to make sure... So you see what happens to the creature. He's on top. And he is prioritising the creature there. No errors with my code either. GG, baby! That's what I like to see. Oh yeah, success! Yeah! Sorry. It's very rewarding. Right, so what I'm going to do... We're going to go into here. And where we move to the enemy actor... I'm basically going to add 20 units here in the hope that the creature doesn't overlap. There's basically there's basically a distance from the creature to the robot, so the shield doesn't overlap the robot or it looks stupid. So in the behaviour tree for Bear-kun, we're going to set the acceptable radius to 25. And then go in here and do same. 25. Yeah. Gelatino. I love that name. Gelatino. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Dónde estás, por favor? And then Octo-Nymphoid. 25. Okay, save all. So we're going to test this again. And we're going to make sure that the creatures are basically keeping... They're not overlapping with the robot. And we need to... Oh, fuck. Come on, dude. You're my guinea pig. Here he comes. Oh, he's going to focus you, mate. Okay. So now what we do is we wait. Okay. So you can see here, the force field is still overlapping him. So if we were to... I'm going to do it to 30 then. Actually... I'm going to go 45. I'm so happy that code works though. I programmed that last night, and to see that in action working, the only bug was where the creature's position kept going up and up and up because the overlap was happening multiple times, so it was triggering that same code. So putting in the is transform set boolean, we're only allowing that to happen the one time. Let's do it again. So we're hoping that the prison will not overlap with the creature. Oh, come on, dude. Why have you stopped? Bro. Right, focus him. Perfect. And then... Right, please don't overlap. Perfect! Is that overlapping? Stop focusing him, bro! Come and get me! Okay. It's a little hard to see at the minute, but going by... Here we go. Okay, so it's overlapping the back, so we need to... we need to increase it a tiny bit more. So, let's go 55. 55. That should be enough. 55. This is exciting, guys. It's a lot of work doing this bit, but the rest of the stuff is going to be fairly straightforward. Come and get me, bro. Come and get me, bro. Right, he's gone for the creature. He's got the creature, so we're going to get aggro. Because we need to... There we go. Are you joking? You're still touching him, bro! Oh my god. Right, let's go 65. So 65 is 10 up. That's got to be the magic number. Has to be. $65, $65, $65, $65. Sorry, can't help it. Why have you lost me? How has he lost? Alright, he's gone for the creature. Perfect. There we go. Look, there's a safe distance there. I'm happy with that. So 65 was the sweet spot there. So the shield didn't overlap with the robot. So we can close those ones down. I guess what I want to test now is I want to get a creature and then lose it. Who is that? Gelatino. I basically want to see the robot go for it. Oh, I've just seen him run. Did you get him? Where's he gone? It's going to be a little bit tricky to test, isn't it? Because we need to... Oh, fuck me. He's coming! Sorry for the girly scream there. I need to lose the creature but not get spotted by the robot. Oh, fuck me! Woo! Where's the robot gone? Oh, he's got it. Okay, perfect. So he found the creature. So his logic happens the same as it does for the player. So he's just gone off and grabbed the creature, and he's spazzing out there because that's what happens with us, because I haven't programmed the logic there. So the moment he reaches the destination, he's going to perform the swipe animation. So... Oh, it looks so cool with them in the force field, guys. No, come to me, bro. So... Oh, and also, because I've opted for a red force field, it builds on the whole red colouring from outside as well. And red's generally associated with evil, so... Super happy with that. No errors with the code whatsoever. No error codes. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break. And then when I'm back, we will sort out the rest of the logic for him finding a spot, getting rid of the creature, and then I think that's the chase creature logic done. If I just have a look at my notes here, we got the patrol, we need to do an investigate, we've got the sight the player, so we need to get him to damage the player when he senses the player. So when he gets the creature, he senses it, he chases it, he captures it. So we're going to need a new branch to say... Well, we'll figure this out. Let me take a quick break, like literally bio break, and I will be back in 5 minutes. I'm back, guys. Okie dokie. Oh, I'm going to boil the kettle. Give me a minute, guys. Right, just boiling, making a quick coffee, and then we're jumping back into it. Oh, bloody ants in the house. I don't know if anyone else in the UK has a problem with them at the minute, but these bastards are invading my house. I need to get some more spiders. Spiders are pretty good at killing them. Right, where were we up to? So, we were on the logic here. So when we move to... Can you set a key from here? Hold on, what's happened there? Oh, does it need to come off of here? Sorry. Right. It's not going to loop, it's going to play once. Okay. Let's test that. Interesting. I don't know why the music's still playing. The music only plays if escorting not sure why that's Let's add that to the bug fix. Right, so why is he jabbing out? It's cycling through all of that. Welcome to the stream, Ozo. Ozo? Ozo. I'll just say Ozo. Welcome to the stream, dude. Thanks for tuning in. I'll tell you what, if we simulate this, I'll be able to watch that in action. So if I simulate and shrink this down. There we go. Oh fuck. I've been spotted. Right, he can't attack us at the minute. So we get the creature. Okay, as expected. You see what's happening? He's looping through. He's looping through the logic there. Right. Okie dokie. So chase the creature. So the logic. Oh, that's not a problem, dude. I get all sorts tune in to watch the stream, so that's not a problem, dude. I'm almost finished with this project. But if you've got any questions while I'm working, feel free to ask away. Happy to show my code. Right, let me just... I've got a list of the remaining logic to do. So you're welcome. You're welcome. So we've got the robot sensing the creature and chasing it. And then when it gets to the location, he needs to basically... he needs to then go down a different route where we're saying, okay, capture logic is done. Where he plays the capture animation, so he does that sweep attack, and then he needs to find a nearby container, move to it, and then destroy the creature. So yeah, let me just escape that simulation. I don't think... Ah. Let me check the length of that animation. So it's 62 frames. I don't really want to have to plug that in, so what I'm thinking... I'm just going to turn it off and see if that makes a change. There we go. So he does the attack. Cycles through the rest of the logic. So turning off the non-blocking means we allow him to play the animation before it goes through the rest of the logic. Okay, that's cool. So if I go to the blackboard here, we're going to need, I think, a blue behavior tree task to say where we set the key to has creature true. But this logic works really well, where it handles the instances where it cites both player and creature, if it's only the creature, if it's only the player. So if I, right, has creature, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's do a quick thing where in the logic there, straight after the animation, we'll plug in another step that will trigger a behavior tree task where we're just saying no, actually, hold on. Has creature. Well, then that ball. Okay. BTT. I'll call this BTT robot A. There we go. Set creature captured. So now we go in here, capture that. So all that's doing is saying we've got a creature. And it needs to be instance editable as well. And then do that. Very simple. Its only function to say we've got the creature. So if we go back to here, robot a set creature captured. Hold on a minute. Okay. So patrol. Right, so we have the patrol logic, we've got the chase, so we need to add on. Chase the creature, capture the creature, play animation. I don't know if that's set blackboard value as ball. I mean, that should work. I mean, you have that option, but then in here, you can also set the ball. So, we'll see if that works. If it doesn't, we'll just do it the other way through the controller. Okay, so this next bit is going to be... It's not going to be complicated. I'm going to call it stash. Actually, I'm going to call it return creature because that's what it's doing. So... I'm studying at university, so I'm studying computer game design. So I have to learn the Unreal Engine and Unity. I've made games in both engines. But this project at the moment, deadline's end of April, and we had to, this particular project had to involve behaviour trees. So, and AI enemies. So I came up with this whole concept about this, and voila. Okay, so doesn't have creature is not set. Right, so we've got our logic branch here ready. So now what we need to do is we need to create a task where the robot will find a nearby container, move to it, and then once it reaches location, it destroys the creature. We should be able to handle that all in one task. So this is going to be interesting. Oh, nice, dude. That's interesting because I actually have a couple of bits of VFX to do myself on this project. I've got the what is it? The creatures when they escape via the portal, and one of the creatures morphs into a container. So I needed to create some visual effects in the Niagara systems. I'm not the best at it. But yeah, if you're about and you see me streaming, always look at the title of the stream, because when I do the visual effects, it will have VFX in the title. So it sounds like you might have a bit more experience than me. But really cool that you're a game artist. So have you done 3D modelling then? Well, let's have a look here. So this handles perception. Oh, brilliant. Thank you, dude. And vice versa. If there's anything you see me doing and you don't know what it's doing, if you want me to explain anything that I've done, I'm more than happy to help pass on knowledge. I find the game dev community to be very friendly and helpful, so if I can ever return the favour, I'm more than happy to do so. Right. Let's think about this. Why am I hopping between screens? Right, so the logic we need to do, find nearby container, move to it, destroy creature. What I need to do is go on to Gelatino's logic. I think it was under the controller. No, it wasn't. Interesting. Interesting. Let's find random. Okay. Oh, are we going to have to do a similar logic? Let's think about this. This logic here is for Gelatino. Yes, it is a lovely community, dude. Definitely. Right, so this logic for Gelatino is about getting a random location, and then here, where we're getting all actors in the game, and calculating if they're within distance of that random reachable point. We then add them to an array. I'm feeling like there is a way of potentially doing this. If we let's go back to logics. So we need to find a nearby container, and it has to be in a reachable radius. Because if you look here and we do the nav mesh, it basically needs to be, somewhere it can reach, and it should be able to reach it. Let's go back to this. So if we were to do a loop, oh my god. Right, if we did a for each, so if we got all actors of tag, if we had this as the very beginning of if we had that as the very beginning thing where we get all actors of tag lootable, Now this is interesting actually, guys. The lootable tag I put on these, only on these two items here. And the reason being, the reason I did that was bear with me. The reason I did that is because these static meshes of the lockers, the transform, the pivot point, center of origin is set dead center of the locker. So if we were to transform Gelatino into that, the locker would be half above the floor, half below the floor. So we have the tag lootable, but if I gave all of those lootable items the tag container, then within the code for the robot we can get all actors of tag container. So I think I'm gonna do that. So let me just add these tags in quickly. So we're going to add, and it's going to be called container, compile, save, container. So that's lootable barrel. Go into the crate, add the tag container, compile, save, locker B, tag, add container, save, locker C, tag, container, locker G, tag, container, and the last but not least, okay, so we've given all of those the tag container. So it's going to be tricky. Alright, let's just do this. Let's go go into our AI robot folder and create a new behavior tree task, and we're going to call this BTT robot A find random container. We're going to open that up, and then we need to copy that node. Okay, so I should be able to do this. And we could also play that animation one more time. So it looks like he's hit the creature, put it in the bubble, and then he goes to a container, hits the container. Looks like he's stashing the creature in there. So let's just have a look at this code and recap. Right, let's copy this. And the tag was container. So what this will do, it will get all the actors in the world that have the tag container, and we know that it's going to be all of these ones. So what we need to then do is essentially calculate where the robot is. Hold on a minute. We need to pick a location that's reachable. This is going to be really fun watching the logic play out as well, guys, because all we have to do, find a nearby container, move to it, it destroys the creature. That's its job. And then we update variables after that point. Right, so get all the containers. And then for each loop, you want to check, I think that, right, so where we've got this function here, no, I don't need to add another collision. We've got the nav mesh, so we just need to make sure that it's, we need to check, is the actor with the tag within a reachable distance. So where we have this function, I'm sure there'll be one for like, is a reachable point. I mean, we know from the level we don't want it to pick ALR. What's ALR mean? Oh, right. um, hmm. Okay, so there is a function called project point to navigation. So as opposed to get random, because we don't want our when the robot captures a creature, we don't want the robot just randomly walking around. We actually need to pick an actor's location and check that we can reach it. Um, the only problem is you see these containers dotted around the level. Like you can see, like we know that the robot will be able to walk up to the edge, and that's good enough for the animation. So we'll see. We'll see how this works. Interestingly, this in this blueprint, this doesn't get nothing gets plugged in here. Same here. So project point. So that's the input. This is the output. I'm guessing that would go into there. So that point is the location we want to test. Right, so for each loop, we're checking the actor's location. We're projecting it to navigation. I have a feeling that the projected location, based on the query extent, may potentially allow me to have a reachable distance. Right, okay. Okay, so if we put in... I don't know. I know that these floors... I know the floors are 4x4. That's a 4x4, so that's 400 by 400. So if I said 400 by 400 and did 150 on the Z, to be honest, I don't think we need. That's just gonna, that should make a big box. And I know that one of these floor tiles is 400 by 400. So if I turn that back on, we're basically saying if there's an actor, let's find one for example here, this container is an actor. So we're saying from that point 400 by 400. I could actually reduce that. Let's do 200, 200. I don't know if I need a Z, because we're checking at floor level. So, I think that's correct. So it basically acts as a radius. So project point to navigation. We've got the input from the actor. We've got the query extent, so the radius to search. And then project point to navigation. So what we'll probably do is promote that to a variable. Okay, right. So this is robot find random container. Get all the containers in the level, and then for each container, we're getting that container's location, and we're checking that we can actually walk on it. We can send our AI enemy to that actor and reach it. So if that is true, if I make a variable and call this valid actor. If I just call it valid actor. Oh. Make that a array. Add. And that goes in there. Okie dokie. So oh, now the problem with this at the moment is I haven't. This is something to do just at the end. At the moment, that robot can patrol the entire level, but there's actually going to be, you see it's split into 4 sectors: office, atrium, maintenance and science. There's basically going to be 1 robot for each sector. So essentially what we want to do is kind of limit the range. So we want to say the robot should find an actor within, I don't know, 2,000 units of it. That should be 2,000 units should be enough. It's very tricky this, because when we need to stop. Oh my god, it's tricky because the nav mesh, we need to basically limit the robots. We need to restrict the robots to their sector, and I've got this all mapped out on my design, so I know where the boundaries are. The only problem is we have the alien creatures, so we don't want those to be affected by the boundary. And that boundary essentially needs to cut off the nav mesh for the robots. You also, I mean, what we could do in here, I guess, is have 2 conditions. If the point is navigable and it's less than the distance from the robot, bear with me, guys. Actually, it might be best to have this just up here. So we get, this is the robot's position. So we're deducting we are deducting. So the controlled pawn goes into the bottom node. So that goes into the bottom node. Because this is the controlled pawn. And then the actor's location is the container. And then from that, we will get vector length. I don't know why we've got a pin there. And then what we can do is we can say, okay, if that chosen prop is equal or less than, I don't know, how many units are we going to say? This is basically the radius. So if we said 2000, if it's less than 2000, sorry, equal or less than 2000, that means within a 2000 I'm just worried that's not going to be a big enough space, because I know in here there's quite a lot of containers. There's 5 on the wall, loads of chests. This one has loads. Science area has tons. This one has a lot, but it also has some duds. I wonder if there's a way that we can measure. Yeah, so you see over here, we've got a container all the way over there. That is minus 1970. And this is 1900. So that's like a 4,000. That's like a 4,000 distance. I feel like 2,000... If I go 2,500, I think I have peace of mind. Okay. I think what we're also going to have to do here, guys, is so at the moment, if I just talk you through the logic, the loop, getting all the containers, we're doing a loop. For each actor, we're going to be getting its location and first off checking that we can reach it. Our robot will be able to reach it. That's the first condition. The second condition is that the container's location, the distance from the container and the actor needs to be less than 2,500. If both conditions are met, we add the container to a valid actor array. Now, we're also going to have a vector array, because what we're going to want to do is you'd pick a random valid actor, but then you'd need to get the associated location, the projected location. So what I'm going to do is compile save. We're going to create a new array and call this valid location. And because for each iteration on the loop, it's going to be creating, like this would go in, this first actor, if it's valid, would go in as index 0. So then the associated projected location should also be index 0. So then when we pick a random actor, a legible actor, we can then get that index from this array. So we're going to change that to vector. Get that. Add. Huh? Okay. This is a lot more work than I thought it would be. The good news is, this logic works so far. It works really nicely. And this whole logic with the robots is the last bit of major code that's required. And then I've just got a few small polishing jobs to do. So, yeah, it's really, really good. Sorry, I got a YouTube advert, guys. YouTube's been a bit of a smart ass and picked up on the ad blocker. Okay. So we know there's going to be a lot of containers. I think in total there's 62 or 64. So it's not actually that many. Calculate the distance from the robot to the container. Check that we can reach it. Both conditions are met. Add the robot. Oh my god. Add the container and its location to a what's it. And then if I just check the logic here. What key should I have? I think it should be just the location. Because it's the location. Move to patrol location. I mean, we could have either or, but the problem is if we say move to actually, do we even need? Because no, because it should have a rotate to face. We want it to face the container. So I think we should have that. So we can rotate to face the container. Yes. Rotate to face container. And set, yeah, okay, cool. Right, so now... we don't need to do that. This part is for Gelatino because he morphs into a container. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Random. Okay. So once the loop's been done, we're going to get a random valid actor. Selected container. And the index. So we know if a valid actor is added to an array, the location is also added, right? And those indexes will match up. So, why does that sound so loud? I think my hearing's getting sensitive in old age, guys. Jesus. So I'm going to go onto my blackboard for the enemy, and we're going to add a key, and this is going to be target container, and its base class is going to be actor. And then target location. So now that we've got those, we're going to be setting the balls, clearing the arrays, and then resetting the do once. And then that's it. And then we can test it. And fingers crossed, my pedigree chums, it should work. I've done quite a lot of these behaviour trees the last few days. So I'm confident. So we're going to need set. Yeah, we're going to need set blackboard as object. And this is going to be... I know what I could do. I could easily drag off of this pin and plug it in there. But I'd much rather just do it here so it's nice and clear. Okay. So we're getting the selected container. We're going to promote that to a variable. And this key is going to be target container. Compile, save, and then we set instance editable. So that's the first bit, and then the next bit is this. So for this one, what you want to do is go into the valid location, and you want to get So based off of the index of the actor, the valid location should match up with it. Ugh. We're going to want to promote that to a variable. And this is going to be target location. Once that's done, we need to clear the arrays. And then we need to reset the do once. And then the very last step, finish execute. Oh my god, 5 viewers. Welcome to the stream, guys. Sorry, I've been really focused. Okay, so all of that logic, let's talk through it. So whenever this behavior tree task is triggered, we're going to do it do once, find all containers in the level, and then we're going to do a loop for each item in that array, and we're checking firstly that the location of the actor within 200 by 200 it's a reachable point, and then we're going to check that the location of the actor is equal or less to 2,500 units from the robot. Provided both of those conditions are met, we're going to add that container to an array of valid actors along with its location. And then once the loop is complete, we're going to go into our valid actors and pick a random container. We're promoted it to a variable as selected container and also the index of that. Because both of these are happening at the same time, the indexes should match up. So actor 1 would be index 0 as with the location. And then directly after we've set those variables, we are going to be setting the blackboard key for selected container, or target container, sorry, being this. And then we are, from the index, we're going into the valid location and getting the location, and we're setting a target location key on our enemy's blackboard. And then we're going to be clearing the arrays and resetting the do once, so the next time this event is called, it will be fresh and clear. That is all the logic explained. Hey there, Green Coke, thank you for tuning in, dude. Did I just say hello to a guy that was here 2 hours ago? What? What? I don't understand. I've been glancing on and off. I've got 3 monitors set up, so I've got Twitch on my top monitor. I just saw I had 5 viewers, but I don't know what guy you're on about from 2 hours ago. Why have I got to do once within a function or event that's executed in a single frame? No delay. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm no expert, but I've got the same logic over here. I had some issues with Gelatino, and it functions perfectly fine. So it works. There isn't any problems. Okay. Right, let's get back to this. So we've got the logic in here. So I'm going to save. So this is find random container. So we've now got the target location and the target container. So I'm a little bit nervous. I'm always nervous when I put so much time into the code. It's always the point at which you test and it's like, oh, is it going to work? But that's also the fun bit. If it works first time, it's like, awesome. Okay, so what we now need to do, now that we have that thingy, give me 1 minute, guys. First, we want to play the animation of walking. So we're going to play the animation. We're going to rotate to face, and that is going to be target container. Ooh. Hold on a minute. I think we need to do this first, actually. Where's the patrol? Animation, the task, and then move to. Okay, yeah, I was correct. So let's call the task. So it's robot A, find random container. Then we'd have rotate. Target container. And then target location. Target container, target location, target container, rotate, move to, but we need to also set the speed. I could also do that in here, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh my god, I've just seen all the comments. Give me a minute, guys. Alright, let me just read the comments. So you think instead of the... I had a problem though. When I was doing Gelatino's logic the other day, when I was doing his logic the other day, it was jabbing out. It kept cycling through. So you think if I just unplug the do once, if I remove the do once, you think that would be okay? I mean, I'll unplug it and see. Okay, well, I've unplugged it. I'll leave it in place. Provided the code works, I'll remove it afterwards. Happy? Okay, I'm very interested. Right, let me read your comment, dude. I'm confused. Sorry. So by I've unplugged it. I've unplugged the do once and this section here. So it's unplugged. The do once is no longer plugged in, connected. Right, let's just talk through this logic. So play the animation. So play the robot. So once the robot has captured a creature, it will then do the walking animation. It will move. It will pick a random container. It will rotate to face it, and it will move to the target location. And whilst it's doing that, no, we need to have a sequence after that. Because this shouldn't happen after that. It's return creature reached container. So once it's reached the target container, it should play the capture animation, and then we'll add a comment here for reset variables. I think that's going to work. So the reset variables is to basically say we create a task. If I just did it as another behavior tree task, and then we can have it basically just set the key on the robot to be has creature, the has creature to false. So then this other logic happens, and also we need to destroy the creature alongside the other variables that allows the player to loot again. So I guess let's just test it, guys. Fingers crossed. So what we're expecting to happen is if the robot finds a creature, it's then going to move to random container, and then it will probably spaz out again what it was doing before, where it's just kind of looping the animation and logic, because I haven't added on the last stage where we get it out of this branch. Here we go, guys. Moment of truth. The moment you've all been waiting for. Thanks for spam view, Seductive. Go for the creature, bro! Right, it's played the capture animation. Why can't you move, mate? You should be able to move. Move to location. Why is the location... I can see the move to location. It's 000. No errors. Okay, that's interesting. Alright, let's try something different. Interesting that it was... No, that's not going to be right, is it? No, because we need to get the reachable point. The projected location. Why was that registering as 0? Let's try that again. If I zoom in here, if I just go get a creature, we've got an interesting one here. Octonymph is really fast. Focal point. Focal point is an invalid location. Is that why it's not going to the move to? Focal point is an invalid location. Rotate to face target container. Why is it saying index -0? -1. Right, so there's obviously a bug fix there to do with the radar. That should be completely off. Interesting. Tell you what, I'm going to change it to target location, see if that makes a change. Interesting. Why are you being a bastard? You know what? I'm going to unplug that one. See if that works. I mean, it rotates anyway where it's facing, so let's see if that makes a difference. Go for the creature, mate. Why is it getting index -0? It's struggling to get the location. What? I'm not getting any errors though. Fucking bastard. Why has it been a shit? Why has it been a shit bag? Find a random container. Rotate to face it. Move to it. Is it because we're clearing it? No, because we've set it before we clear it. God damn it. random valid actor. I don't know why that's not working. I'm just going to get out to location and see what it does. See if that makes a change. Because we could see on the logic there. Why the fuck are you not getting a location, bro? Access none. I'm not going to do the clear array. Wonder if it's because the array's been cleared, even though before we clear the array we're setting the location. Oh, bro, what the fuck? Why is that not working? Get a random actor. I'll tell you what. Just see if that bloody works. Let's just see if that works, shall we? Pray for me, guys. Pray for me, baby. No, no, no. You've got a creature, mate. Oh, this is going to do my fucking head in. Why has it been a bastard? Why is that not working? I'm not getting any errors. You know what? This is pissing me off now. This is pissing me off. Fuck's sake. Load of bollocks. Load of bollocks! Why does it contain 0? Arsehole. Absolute arse. Fuck it, I'm plugging this in to see if that makes a difference. I'm going to see if that makes a difference. Why is the array empty? Find a random location. Move to the target location. Once we've reached it, play the animation. Why is it empty? Fucking thing. We know, like if I go on the lootables tag, it has the fucking tag. There are illegible things within there. If I know that there's fucking loads. That robot is over here. If we selected this one, it's a lootable locker. Tag. Container. There are loads of actors in that area with the tag. So why is it being a shitbag? Do I need to increase that extent? Let's up the Z to 250. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why, because I had the Z on 0. See if that makes a difference. Don't think it will. Oh, this is heartbreaking. Oh my god, I've been going 4.5 hours. Better run, mate. Oh! We have success! It's worked! Oh my fucking god, it's worked. Oh, thank fuck. Jesus. Oh my fucking god. I've just completely forgot what I did to fix that. What did I even do? I did it so quickly I didn't even think. So he's actually moving around now. What was my solution? What the fuck did I do to fix it? Oh, I'm so happy seeing that work though, guys. So he's actually finding the location and then boom, reach the target, smash it, make it look like you're putting a creature in there. What was my solution? What did I do? What was my solution, guys? I don't even know what my solution was. That's really annoying. Oh, it was the extent. Sorry, it was the zero. The Z was 0. That's what I changed. So because I changed it from 0 to, if I do it to 250. So the whole fix there was this bloody variable. Just changing it to 250 from 0. So I think what that was doing, I think the query extent basically generates a square radius around that point. So because I had it at 0, it was effectively making a non-existent plane. A completely flat box. So I had to, the Z is basically going from 0 to 250. It's created that box. So, how annoyingly. Oh, Mike, what are you like? What are you like, Pillock? Pillock! So I guess now, could I get it to... I want to rotate to face. Rotate the face, baby! Rotate the face. Yeah. Three, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. My boots scooping, baby, driving me crazy. They drive me bloody crazy. Righty ho. Let us. I'm just gonna watch that in action again. Here we go. Let's go. Oh my god, guys. So the simple fix there, all of my logic was working, guys. There was nothing wrong with my logic. It was literally just setting the Z value on the checking if it's a variable, valid navigable location. Come and get me, boy. Get the creature. No, no, no. Get the creature, bro. There we go. Why were we getting an error then? Target the creature. Why are you coming for me? Go for the creature, you twat. Dude, why are you being a twat? You've got the creature, mate. Why are you getting an invalid location now? What an arsehole. Get the creature, mate. Interesting. So the rotate to face. I don't think I need that rotate to face. That seemed to fuck up the logic there, big time. Because he already faces it. Did you see that? Move to target location. You know what? I think that will do. It's working. Yeah, so he basically picked a spot here, and even though it was probably that, he... I guess what we could do is we could see what happens if I plug that in there. We'll see if that works without errors. Hopefully it will work. Where is he? No, dude, get the creature, bro. Right, he's picked one. Interesting. I'm going to watch and see if that focal point is updated. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to reduce the size of that to 100. I think 100 is going to be a much smaller... Now, when he senses me and the creature, he should be focusing the bloody creature. Bro, go for the creature. So when that rotates to face, it's okay, let's get rid of the rotate to face. That seems to be causing some problems. You know what, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. The good news is he's patrolling and finding a spot, doing what we need him to do. Get the creature, bro. Yeah, okay, the rotate to face was just fucking it up big time. It didn't look right. I think just leaving it as it is, and I've reduced the yeah, that looks good. It's going for the barrels, isn't it? Yeah, that looks good. That will do. Okay, so we have find container, move to container. So now we need to handle the logic for the creature getting destroyed. Now, one thing I noticed is he's been a bit of a bastard with the code. So where he will basically focus us. I think it has to do with the sense perception. But I mean, once he realizes, oh, there's a creature as well, it's like he'll do damage to us and then he'll go for the creature. So I think what we need to do what's happening at the moment is under the logic for the creature, if we go to the creature feature, so this logic does work. I can get rid of this developer node because that was just to check that, you know, we're getting something. So all of that works really nicely. I'm really happy that works. Nice tidy code, guys. That's what we like. We like it tidy. Tidy, baby. So let's have a look at the behaviour tree. So register creature as captured. So when we capture the creature, When we capture it, we play the animation, and then we register it as captured. Let's have a look at the logic for one of the creatures. Set the visibility of the prison. In prison. Controller. In prison. Get active class Bearcoon. Captured. Follow the robot. Oh my god, adverts, YouTube, you bastard. Hold on, what's happened to my playlist? Oh my god, have I exceeded my playlist? Let's think about this, guys. Why is that all the way there? Why is Bearcoon's one all the way over there? Right. I think I have a solution. So, at the moment, what's happening is if the imprison basically triggers the creature to follow the robot straight away, and then this part of the branch sets its position above ground so it looks like it's floating, and then we show the prison, and then we do all of this. So what I'm thinking is if I did a custom event, when it overlaps with the robot, I don't think we actually need this at all. Because let me just on the robot where it captures the creature on this event, I can trigger this whole logic here. No, hold on. Hold on. So we know that that creature actor oh my god. I think what I'm going to do, once I've done this final section of the creature, I think I'm going to take a break because I've been going 5 hours. And then it's just a matter of the robot dealing damage to the player and then the robot investigating a noise. But then we obviously need to create the other robot's blueprint and get the same logic in there. I wonder if there's a way that I can have... Let's just play it again. I feel like I need to I'm going to set the movement speed to 150 because the robot moves at 125, the creature moves at 125, but there's like a slight gap where it catches up, so I'm going to set this to 150. So I know there's a little bug fix to do with the radar. You know what? I'm going to put it back to 125. Oh god, I feel like I've play tested this so much, guys. Okay, you know what? I'm happy with that. So, I'm happy with that. So I've put down a bug fix with the radar. Okay, so the radar is going to be a fix. That's a big bug fix because the radar should be completely off when the creature is captured. I feel really proud of this project, guys, I tell you. Really, really happy with it. Okay, so what we need to do, when the robot destroys a creature, we need to make sure to set the creature in play on player to false. Spawn manager needs to add it back to an array. And then we need to set the creature key. So I feel like we're going to need... Oh my god. We know we're going to have that creature actor. Oh my god, right, let's think about this. Behaviour tree task. Okay, I think the best thing to do is just to make... Now, I'm going to do this in here because this is a task. This is a task that is going to be applicable for all robots. So... This is going to be for all robots, and the purpose is to destroy the creature and update the variables. So let's just do it. We're gonna call this, so it's BTT, Behaviour Tree Task. And we're gonna call this BTT we'll call it destroy creature. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Irad, welcome to the stream, bro. Is that not 9-1? Oh no, that is I. Yeah, Irad. I'm doing very good, thank you, dude. How are you? I've got loads done with the robot. All the creature logic is done. I'm literally doing the final stage, which is just handling the variables, resetting the variables. Destroyed creature. Thank you, bro. It's been a lot of work. But you can see here, this code handles the robot when it catches the creature. All of this code will basically calculate nearby containers. It picks a container, and then it will move to that container and put the creature back in it. So I'm really proud of that code. Works really, really nicely. So what I'm doing at the moment... Spaghetti. You've got a spaghetti blueprint. What I'm going to do though is, if I have a custom event on the enemy controller, so this enemy controller, this is for robot A, but technically we could rename this for enemy controller A, enemy controller B. So I'm just going to do a custom event. I think I'll do it near the top, because this handles the site. Okay. Okay. So we're going to destroy the creature. Oh, before we destroy it, actually, can you have a preview of the game? Yeah, go for it. Have you not seen it already? So, you search containers around the ship. You get a radar warning. You want to see it again. So yeah, you get creatures. You have to guide them back to the centre of the map. And the idea is to collect all 4 whilst evading the robots. So he comes through. Boom, codex is updated. And you repeat this 4 times until you found all 4 creatures. At the moment, I've got a dev cheat code so that I get a guaranteed creature spawn. Just because of the playtesting, or else I have to cycle through a 1 in 4 chance of getting the creature I need. This game will be available on itch, guys. My deadline to submit this is end of April, and I'm on target to have this finished by Sunday. And I'll show you the logic I was just working on. So, essentially, when the robot spots the creature, are you going to spot me? He'll target the creature, put it in a prison bubble. That radar's going to be fixed, by the way. So the robot will basically find a location and then put the creature inside it. So at the moment he's patrolling around, finding a container, and then he puts the creature inside it. So what's left to do is the bit I was just doing before you joined the stream, is handling the event there. Once he's found a location, we're going to basically update the variables, allowing the player to loot again. And that's what I've been working on. So the remaining bit of logic for this robot is, in the event that he finds the player, we need him to deal damage to the player. And then I was going to have some logic for the robot investigating a noise. But I'm not sure if I want to have that, because I feel like it might be a bit too difficult. I mean, it's a cool idea. So, like, if you're rummaging around, I'm going to fix that, by the way. The door is meant to go up if something's in the trigger. So, that's a bug fix I'm aware of. But I am super happy with it. Like, it looks like a prison bubble. Ah, okay, bro. Alright, well, thank you for tuning in, dude. And I'm going to be streaming... What day is it tomorrow? It's Friday. I might do some during the daytime. My sleep body clock's a bit messed up because I've just been smashing the dev. But I think Saturday evening, or late afternoon Saturday, and all day Sunday, I'm going to be streaming. So... I'll be doing the UI menus, some minor bug fixes, but I'm hoping by Sunday night, I'll have this finished, and then I can smash out the group project and a 3,000 word essay and stuff. So If you want to watch some more, feel free to tune in, dude. It's always good having you with me. But get some rest, mate, and I will see you in the next stream. Take care. Ciao, ciao for now, as I always say at the end of my streams. Right, so what are we going to do here? So what we're doing now is we're handling the... We're creating the event that is going to go at the end of here. So when the robot reaches the container and plays his kind of attacking the barrel, looking like he's placing a creature inside of it, this is what we're doing. It's the very last step, where he will basically destroy the creature. But there's quite a few things that need to happen. So I don't need that random location up, I don't think. Ooh. Right, so if we go to the spawn manager, we can actually get rid of that now. So I don't need to test the creatures. I know they're all working. Okay. Let's think about this. Right, so on beginning play, what the spawn manager does is it adds one of each creature to the spawn pool, being creature plus. And then this spawns the creature, so it goes into the creature plus, it gets a random one, it sets that as the creature with the open and closed arrow, spawns it, and then we, from the creature plus, so from the creature plus array, we're removing the creature that was randomly selected, and then we're adding that creature to the unavailable creatures. So this basically handles the spawn pool. So we're only allowing one of each creature type to be. It stops duplicates. So what we need to do in the event that we destroy a creature. So what this is going to do, this event here, robot, fucking hell. We need to basically get the creature. So you want to get the creature tag, because where we've removed it, where we're removing the creature, oh, this is tricky. It's like you want to take it out of the creature, because we know that whatever creature's spawned, it's coming out of this array and going into this array. So we need to basically take it out of there and put it back in there. Okay. Get the class. This is tricky because we're communicating with the spawn manager. Because the spawn, for example, let's just say Bear-Coon was the creature that was spawned. If he is destroyed, he's not going to spawn again because he's in this array, the negative creatures negative array. So we need to take him out of there. But technically, no, actually, no. What we can do is we can just, if we had a custom event for each creature type, we can basically add it back in. So although it's been removed, so this is, think of this as a pool of spawnable creatures, this array, right? When a creature's spawned, we're picking a random one. We're saying this is the creature to spawn. We remove whatever creature's pulled out of here. We remove it from this pool and put it into this pool. So if I just had a custom event in here for each, and the custom event could be called add Gelatino, add Gakanda, add Octoniv, add Bear-Coon, right? And then all I need to do in here is if we basically just get the class, and if it equals alright, so if I just unplug the destroy actor for the moment, we're going to need to make some room here. So we're basically checking, get the class of the creature, and we're saying, does the class of the creature match that? So if we go alphabetically, we have Bear-Coon, Gakanda, Gelatino, Octonymph. Oh, fudge cake. Sorry. Get the class of the creature that was spawned. So we spawn the actor. Okay. And then what we can do is we can say, if the creature is Bear-Coon, then if we go on the spawn manager and if we just make custom event and call it add Bear-Coon, then what we can do is just copy that. go. So we're basically putting him back into the available pool of creatures to be spawned. So add Bearcoon. That's it. We're just adding that to the available pool. Creature plus Bearcoon. And then if we... Ooh. Add C.E.S.A.R. And have this as C.E.S.A.R. Bearcoon, C.E.S.A.R, Gelatino, Octonymph. Okay, so we're just adding them to the array. So what we can now do on the enemy controller is we're saying where we're going to be adding this event onto the end of here, we're basically we are just sorry, I'm struggling to get my words out. We're just basically checking which creature it is before we destroy it. So if it's Bearcoon, have I got a reference? I don't think I've got a reference in here for... That's for the AI perception. Why is that being a bastard? There we go. If I made a reference... Right, so now we've got that, we can drop that in here. And we can trigger Bearcoon. So, if the creature target... Right, so if the creature target's class is Bear-Coon, if true, we trigger the add Bear-Coon, and what that does is it will add Bear-Coon back into the spawnable pool of creatures. So same here, we're gonna add Gekanda. Gelatino. Just gonna move this up. Why did I do that one? Okay, so in the event we destroy the creature, in the event we destroy a creature, we're first going to get their class. If it's Bear-Coon, we add Bear-Coon to back into the pool of spawnable creatures. If it's Gekanda, we do Gekanda. Gelatino, spawn Gelatino. We'll put Gelatino back in. Octonymph, we add Octonymph. So that is the step for putting the creature back into the pool. So make sure under Spawn Manager it is added back into the array to respawn. Delete that. Okay. And then I'm not going to drag a pin off of that because it's going to be too many blue lines. So I'm just going to get the creature target and just plug that into there. Because as you can see, it's quite tidy at the minute. If I drag off another pin, I mean, I could drag one off, but I just think it's going to be a lot of lines going on. So I'm happy just to keep it like that. Let me have a sip of my coffee. So we destroy the actor. We need to make sure creature in play on the player is set to false. Now I don't know if I have a... Creature in play is going to be set to false. Okay. I didn't make any changes in here. Why did I need to save that? Right, I may as well just make a reference to the player as well. What are we doing? Right. So set creature in play to false. And then on robot destroy creature, make sure to set creature in play on player to false. And then we're also going to set, if we go to our variables, I think that's all we need to do. In the event that a creature is destroyed, we are adding it back into the pool. We destroy the creature, and then we update these two variables on the player, creature in play and escorting, so that the player can loot again. And I believe that's all we need to do. So now, in the event for Robot A destroy creature, we're going to cast to enemy. Ooh. And we're going to trigger destroy creature. So that whole process, guys, it handles the cleanup. Okay. Christ almighty, guys, so much code. Right, so now we should be able to just do this basically. Hold on, we can get rid of that. Robot A, destroy creature. Oh, we need to set the key as well. Because at the moment, creature is set. We need to turn that off. So that it comes out of this whole branch. Has creature is false. So set creature captured. Oh, actually no, I can do it from here. So we're basically saying at the very end there, update the blackboard ball of has creature, update that to false, so then it will go back to the other logic. Destroy creature from enemy controller. I think we're ready to playtest this, guys. So we can now watch the robot. So if we go capture a creature, so what we're going to test is that the robot will get the creature, take it to an actor, destroy the creature, and then its logic, it should be able to follow us and patrol. There we go. Oh. You didn't destroy the creature, mate. What? Why did you not destroy the creature? Okay, instead of creature target, I guess we'll plug in from the actor. There we go, it's focused. Whoa! Why'd you go for me, bro? You greedy bastard. Right, this should now work, hopefully. Dude, why are you not destroying the creature? I wonder if it's... Is this not working? I'll tell you what. I'm gonna unplug that. And I'm gonna do that. Should work, guys. Jesus, I feel like I've been going ages with this. To be honest, I think I had complicated the code for the robot finding a container. That took a while in itself. So, I love that signage. Where is he? Please destroy it. Why the fuck is the creature not getting destroyed, bro? What the hell? I don't think this is working here. I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna try something. I'm just gonna see if that works. If it does, we'll know it's a problem with the thingy. Should be getting destroyed. I don't know why that's not working. Dude, why are you coming after me? You've got the creature, bro. Don't be a twat. I don't understand it. Yeah, there we go. I can't read the property of it. Okay, so in that case, I thought that might be the problem. Oh, actually, hold on. We can just get radar target. That's the creature. Right, let's see if that works. That should work. Jesus Christ. Right, it should get destroyed now. So that's Bear-Coon. It's gone! So now what we need to do is get all 4 creatures and check Bear-Coon can respawn. Oh shit. Lost him. Hey! Bear-Coon! Yes! Nice one, dude. I love this one. Right, so we'll do the same again. We'll get Gelatino to be captured. There we go. He's focused Gelatino. Do you see that? So he's going to go put him in a container. And then we'll have to find him again. Game complete. No errors. Fucking brilliant. Brilliant. That works perfectly. Super, super happy with that, guys. Wow. So, we have, under the enemy, we've successfully got all of the logic there for the robot, basically prioritizing the target over the robot priority. If there's the player and the creature, if he focuses the player and then spots the creature, he will change focus and prioritize the creature, as you saw in that playtest. And then he finds a location, he dumps the creature in a container, and then the player is allowed to loot again. And then we know from the developer print string on top left that once we rescued all 4 creatures, the win condition was met. So I am super happy with that. So what's left to do for the robot, if I just show you on here, it's this bit, the damaging the player. So if the robot chases the player, we basically have a sequence. So you see on these branches, when we return the creature, the last stage is play the animation and destroy the creature, and then it literally triggers the destroy creature event within the enemy controller. And then here we'll capture the creature, register it as captured, and then down here we've got the idle for the patrol. So we've got this chase player logic, and the only thing that doesn't happen at the moment is damaging the player. So when it reaches the player, it needs to swing and do the attack animation. So that's the last bit to do on there, and then we damage the player. We've already got the health in, so if I press play, I've got this to test just to reduce the player's health. So the idea is that when the player receives damage, will basically trigger a life regeneration. So essentially, yeah, there'd be a timer of, I think it was 15 seconds. Every 15 seconds, 1 health is regenerated. So yeah, we've done the patrol logic for the robot, the sight the creature logic. I'm just looking at my what's this called? Notepad. Yeah, so the robot sights the creature, it senses it, it chases, it captures, it returns it to a container. That's done, the patrol's done, so it is literally just damaging the player. And then I've got a separate branch here for investigating. So essentially the robot, I'd like to have the robot investigate, so if there's a noise it would go and investigate, but I don't know if that is going to make it too difficult, because if we zoom out, the player's going to have a lot on their hands with avoiding the robots. So if we go into the lockers, there's basically a 5-second delay. So whilst the player is looted, it's a 5-second delay. So if you think about the size of the level, if the player is locked in, once they're looting, they can't move. They can look around, but they can't move. So if they're being observant and watching the patrolling robots, if the robots are patrolling and they're kind of timing their looting, so they know, okay, it's a 5-second loot timer, I'm going to try and loot this before the robot moves. If they are looting and then spawn a creature, and the robot hears them and it moves to their location, it's going to be quite tricky. So I'm thinking of potentially ditching that mechanic, because the investigating the noise, I think given the size of the level, I think that's just going to make it too difficult, especially for the science lab guys. The science lab is so small, and if the player makes a noise, like if they're looting this barrel, this chest over here, and the robot's over there, and it hears them and it goes to investigate. I just feel that's just going to be, it's just going to make it too difficult, way too difficult. I mean, the fact that the robot, if it spots the creature, it's going to beeline and go for it. I just think that's going to be too much. It's just going to be way too difficult. So, yeah, what I'm thinking is ditch that mechanic and then just implement the robot doing damage to the player. I'll have a think about that offline because it is something I would like to do, but I'm just concerned it's gonna make it too difficult because the player, you don't want a player getting frustrated. They find a creature and then straight away the robot's heading for them because they've heard them rummaging. I just feel that's it's just gonna make it too difficult. The levels already nice and tight as it is. It's compact, it's narrow, it's meant to be tense. So I think I'm gonna ditch that. I'm waffling and repeating myself. I do apologise, guys, but I am gonna call the stream there, and I'm gonna get a good night's sleep. And then tomorrow, I will implement the robot dealing damage to the player. That shouldn't take too long. And there's also a couple of bug fixes to do, especially with the radar and the beeping when creature's been captured. So that's going to be involving looking into the blueprints and everywhere that handles the radar. And we just want to make sure that the radar is acting as it should. And then there's obviously a bug to fix with the door and creatures and players passing through it. So yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, guys, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date. If you want to see any previous streams I've done, go check out my YouTube below. I've got playlists for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play any games I've made, feel free to check out my itch page. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and as always, I'll see you in the next stream.